Fleming?
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez? Vice Mayor Stapp?
Here.
Mayor Rogers?
Present.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you. Moving on to item 3, we have one closed session item for today. I do not see anyone in chamber to make public comment on that item, so we will now recess into closed session. Thank you. Welcome everyone to our May 18th, 2024 Santa Rosa City Council meeting. It is now 5:11 and we will be beginning our meeting. Seeing a quorum, Madam City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Chris Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Okrepke.
Here.
Councilmember McDonald. Here. Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Stapp.
Here.
Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
Thank you. Moving on to item 6, Madam City Attorney, can you please give us a report out on our closed session?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. There is no reportable action from closed session, but I will mention that Councilmember Alvarez did join the closed session at about 3:40 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no proclamations today, no staff briefing, so we will continue on to item 9, which is our city manager and city attorney's report. Madam City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. I have no reports this evening.
Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have a monthly litigation report that is attached to the agenda. We had one settlement over $50,000. I'm sorry, $50,000 that was finalized in May. That was previously authorized by City Council in closed session. The matter was a dispute between the city and Meadow Green No. 2 Homeowners Association. Meadow Green asserted that the city's failure to maintain the creek and creek banks under the terms of the city's drainage easement caused property damage. The case was resolved with the city paying Meadow Green $263,000 in exchange for a release of all claims, and the parties entering into a maintenance agreement to clarify their respective maintenance obligations going forward. That settlement was contingent on the City Council appropriating funds to pay the settlement. The City Council adopted a resolution on June 4th, that was your last regular meeting, appropriating those funds. Otherwise, our caseload remains approximately at 36 litigation matters. Many cases are currently in the discovery phase with trial dates assigned to many. We continue to try to resolve smaller cases with little to no cost to the city. And with that, that's the end of my report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, can you please facilitate public comment?
Thank you. We are now taking public comment on item 9. If you are in the chamber and would like to comment but have not provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. You will have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. As you approach the podium, please state your name for public record if you choose to do so. Mayor, I'm seeing no one approach the podiums for public comment on item 9.
Thank you. Moving on to item 10, which is our statements of abstention by council member. Are there Councilmember McDonald?
Thank you, Mayor. I will be recusing myself from the Parks and Recreation parts of the budget out of abundance of caution due to a personal relationship, not because of any financial conflict of interest.
Thank you. We'll now move on to mayor and council member reports. Would anyone like to give a report? Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to report out on a groundbreaking that the SMART multi-use path had this last Friday. It's been a long-awaited project, and it's been a collaboration with the City of Santa Rosa, the County of Sonoma, the City of Roanoke Park, SMART, and it connects on the bicycle track Roanoke Park to Moreland, which is just fantastic and good to see that moving forward. And I particularly appreciated folks from the Moreland community coming out to help us with the groundbreaking. There's this great photo of folks who live in the neighborhood doing the groundbreaking with the golden shovels themselves. So that was fun to see. We did have a SMART meeting this morning prior to our closed session here at the city, and it really just, things are moving in the right direction. We had an all-time high in ridership in April. We followed that up with an all-time high in ridership in May. We have an all-time high of use of the multi-use path in both of those months as well, far eclipsing where we were at prior to the pandemic. And we've got good things that are on the horizon. This Friday, we will formally cut the ribbon on a SMART shuttle for the Larkspur extension that'll connect people from the SMART station to the ferry. That's been widely anticipated. And then we also have events that are coming up that'll showcase the ability of the train to really move people around, such as all 5 days of the Marin County Fair. The train will have a specific train for once the fireworks show is over that runs later in the evening. 2 new routes are coming in as well. One that goes south 534 and comes north 712. That's for students, particularly that'll start up in July. And then one that's 1054 going south and then 1247 coming up that plugs a gap that's there as well. So all good things going on with the SMART train. Happy to answer any questions from my colleagues, but really appreciated the groundbreaking.
Thank you. Councilmember McDonald.
Just to be sure you said me, thank you, Mayor. I tend to jump in front of people otherwise. I just wanted to report out quickly. We had a violence prevention program policy meeting, and we've been seeing an uptick of violence from our youth, particularly in the downtown area, around the transit area. And I know SRPD put out an alert recently. There's going to be a full report coming to council around July 9th because we weren't able to agendize it. But I just wanted the community to know that we're cognizant of the issues that are happening in the downtown area. SRPD has been right there. Our downtown enforcement team is right there on the scene, as well as our outreach to specialists under the VPP plan. We have Rogelio and Juan, which they call Ron, Team Ron, out working with our youth. But just to let families and parents know that we need everybody's support right now to know where kids are at, know what they're up to. These have been gang-related activities, so we want the community to be aware, though, first and foremost, that we're on top of things, and whatever you can do to assist us, we'd appreciate. Thanks.
Councilmember Okrepke.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple weeks ago, we had the this month's Sonoma County Transportation Authorities meeting and board meeting, and we heard a report on the 2050 plus regional transportation plan. I'm pleased to announce that SMART has been included as a priority in that plan when it wasn't before, thanks to the advocacy of this area. Also, the equity priority areas are being revised, and a new draft will come out later this year. As you recall, there were some questions as to why certain areas were removed and others added, and they've heard Sonoma County's we'll say pointed remarks and are going to come back with a revised. The transportation bond, SB 1031, has been pulled from consideration by its author. That was a bill that was expected to possibly bring in $1 billion of transportation funds. It's been pulled. However, some good news is that we approved the pursuit of a memorandum of understanding for the integrated transportation plan, which would align Santa Rosa City Bus, Petaluma Bus, and Sonoma County Transit's schedules, so that you don't have to wait at the transit mall for one or the other to arrive to take you to your destination. So it won't take 3 hours to cross the county. Hopefully, it'll take a little bit less. Also, I was appointed to be on the ad hoc for that integrated transportation plan as a representative from the city of Santa Rosa. And then legislature is trying to claw back over $850 million in transportation funds that the governor has cut for his budget next year. Some of that may be very difficult, but transportation and infrastructure is going to be extremely important no matter what the financial situation is for the state. I was able to attend the Show and Shine Car Show on Father's Day, which has become a fun event over here at Juilliard Park, put on the Engineering Contractors Association. Waking up on Father's Day, having breakfast with my kids, and then taking them over there and walking through and seeing all the cars. My daughter is a very large fan of anything pink, and there's plenty of pink and purple cars. And then yesterday I was able to have a brief phone call with the Northern California Youth Policy Coalition. It's a bipartisan coalition of high school students in mostly rural areas in Northern California. And they're looking for people specifically in this area, kids in this area that are school age that want to be involved in policy discussions at the local and state levels. So you can reach out to me, or and we'll try to get you in contact. And then, last but not least, I just want to say happy birthday to my daughter because it's her 6th birthday today.
Vice Mayor Stapp.
Thank you, Mayor. On June 13th, the Santa Rosa Plain Groundwater Sustainability Agency held their quarterly meeting. It was an exciting meeting, as such things go. We approved a new groundwater extraction rate of $43.65 for the Santa Rosa Plain Groundwater Basin, which is, and those funds go to support the work of the GSA, namely monitoring and protecting the basin, as well as several really interesting projects that include aquifer recharge and groundwater monitoring. We also approved the budget for the upcoming year for the GSA, and then finally we got a letter from the state talking about what good work the GSA is doing. There are a number of counties across the state right now who are being watched very closely by the state because of not monitoring their groundwater supplies closely. As is so often the case with environmental issues, Sonoma County is ahead of the curve, and the work of the GSA represents that, and the state was kind enough to notice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I will give my report. I was able to resume my, Councilmember Fleming, sorry about that. Go for it.
All good, thank you, Mayor. Let's see, last Thursday, I attended the mayors and council members meeting where we heard a presentation from Daniela Graville of Forsyth Street Partners and Michelle Whitman from our County Department of Housing about the upcoming bond that the Metropolitan Transportation Commission is going to make a final vote on agendizing on Wednesday at the Metropolitan Transportation Center at 375 Beale Street in San Francisco. Anybody who's interested in coming or making comment can do so in person or online. And this bond, for those of you who have been following, is a $20 billion bond that will have the potential to bring 72,000 housing units across the 9 Bay Area County region. We're really looking forward to this day. I'm very excited for next Wednesday. And then finally at the commission subcommittee meeting a week ago, Wednesday, Senator Wiener came virtually to our meeting to discuss SB 1031 being tabled and reaffirm his commitment, and the commission reaffirmed our commitment to finding a solution that will address the upcoming transit fiscal cliffs that are going to affect many operators across the region. And then finally, it was my pleasure to attend the groundbreaking in Moreland on Friday as your representative from Metropolitan Transportation Commission or from Sonoma County to the MTC to see an area that has such little infrastructure and such high demand get something as needed as this is just really incredible. And the thing that I want to point out is that Senator McGuire noted that it's going to be done really quickly, and that it's going to be a way for children to access safe routes to school and throughout their community. So very excited to see this path completed really soon.
Thank you. Now I will continue with my report. I apologize, Councilmember Fleming. I was able to resume my tours of the fire stations. Thank you to the fire personnel that welcomed me with bright smiles. I attended a few graduation ceremonies. One is on June 5th, I attended ANOVA's Center for Education 2024 high school graduation ceremony, which was very nice. I also attended the North Bay Cal Cities executive meeting, participated in the Park a Month volunteer party at Doyle Community Park. And I would like to encourage the community again that if you have not participated in a Park a Month, those parties are some of the best parties. So I would encourage you to come on out and participate in those. Oh, so I attended, or I welcomed the recreation staff at their in-service training for our summer staff. And I just want to say that was one of the best welcomes that I've ever had. They were very enthusiastic. So I'm excited that they're here. I'm excited that they're able to help us run the camps that we have. And so that, I mean, sign up your kids early next time, if I remember what Councilmember Fleming said for next summer. And then I spent the day with our Mexican consulate, and we established an overdue and much needed relationship. I look forward to working with him and his office to ensure that our Mexican residents of Santa Rosa and Sonoma County continue to benefit from the many services that their office provides. So I'm happy that he came up, toured Santa Rosa, and was able to spend time here in our beautiful city. On June 13th, the Long-Term Financial Policy and Audit Subcommittee met, and we looked at potential ballot measures. I was also able to attend Mountain Mike's 15th year celebration and wrapped up my night at the Mayor and Council Members Board of Directors meeting and the Sonoma County Mayor and Council Members Association meeting. At the Board of Directors meeting, we received a presentation from Sonoma CAN about the services that they provide to our community. I was able to attend the Eagle Court of Honor ceremony honoring Benjamin Esley, Rami Nakuzi, and Wesley Wolf. If anyone knows what the Eagle Court of Honor ceremony is, it is a very big deal, and these young men worked very, very hard for this accomplishment, and not everyone makes it that far. So I do want to congratulate them, and we are all looking to see what they will do next with their lives since they made that accomplishment. And I was able to present the proclamation at the Juneteenth 54th annual celebration. Juneteenth is actually tomorrow. So really excited that there was a successful, again, celebration. A lot of people came out and there were a lot of vendors. So thank you for everyone that came out to either provide information or to sell goods or just to sit back, relax, and listen to the wonderful music. I met with Santa Rosa City Schools as a part of our collaboration meeting, and no action was taken at that meeting. I would like to appoint Aaron Pardo to the Planning Commission and also appoint Vice Mayor Mark Stapp to our Zero Waste. And we will be taking off Fleming. And lastly, I would like to wish my fellow council member Alvarez a happy belated birthday. So happy birthday, Eddie. And with that, Madam City Clerk, may you please facilitate public comment.
Thank you. We are now taking public comment on item 11. If you are in the council chamber and would like to comment but have not provided a speaker card, please make your way to the podium. You will have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. As you approach the podium, please state your name for the record if you choose to do so. Please go ahead, Dwayne.
Are you ready with your clock?
Nearly.
Clock's the most important thing.
There you go.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. I wanted to congratulate Mr. Stapp for being appointed to the Zero Waste Board and thank him for his efforts on the groundwater sustainability. People in my area out in Roseland, a lot of them are still on wells. They've been quite concerned about that charge that's been put on them, especially because they paid for their own wells. And 30 years ago, when the city of Santa Rosa was talking about what was called the Southwest Area Plan, it was mentioned to the city often that they should stop paving over the aquifer recharge areas, and that one of the problems that's going on is that impermeable surfaces are being laid on numerous areas where aquifer recharge had been happening naturally. We've been having what's called subsidence and overdrawing of the aquifer, and we have to come up with some way to balance how you're going to help nature help itself and perhaps look at things in a different manner. I believe Mr. Stapp can be that person that's doing it. It won't be the same old different day. It'll be a new approach, perhaps. Also wanted to thank the mayor for talking about Park a Month and ask you all to come to the next one in July because it's at Southwest Community Park. Southwest Community Park is in the Bellevue district on the south side of Hearn Avenue at the end of Burbank Avenue. It's a great little park that was put together decades ago, and Ernie Carpenter, who was our supervisor back at the time, made a point of saying that the park was for the people of the Bellevue district and the Roseland district. Those are two distinct districts out there in the Southwest. Many people don't recognize that, but it's important because they've been around a really long time. Those unified school districts have been around for many, many decades, and they're quite proud of their independence as the Bellevue Unified School District and the Roseland Public School District, as they call themselves now. Anyway, come on out to the park and help us out there, as we've done tree plantings there in the past. We've done a lot of good things, and we have a full-size regulation softball field there that's underutilized. But what we really need is some basketball courts out there, because lots of people come out to use the basketball courts and actually hold tournaments out there on the weekends. And so this weekend you might get to see, on that weekend of the Park a Month, one of those tournaments and see the hundreds upon hundreds of basketball players that come out there and utilize that park. So just looking forward to seeing you all out there. And you know, there's a well under that area too. So don't pave it, use that water. Thank you.
Next speaker, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I was going to talk about also, well, regarding the United Nations Bay Area Government's ABAG. I mean, I've heard that for so long, and the public doesn't really know exactly what that means. And I know that part of it is to do positive things, allegedly, but it's basically a United Nations organization that's anti-U.S. Constitution. It's anti-sheriffs and more. And I don't agree with it at all. I don't think the veterans do either. And regarding water, they're looking to charge for private owners on county lands their well water. They want to charge the well water. They're already charging for air with our cell phones and our electronic communications, which are subliminal symphonics, aka synthetic telepathy. I think probably the greatest thing that parents could do would take a hammer to their children's cell phones so that they learn how to play and talk and speak and interact as children should, instead of little zombies that we see everywhere. And we can change all this, because after all, we are some of the finest people in the greatest state in the world. So I'm looking at the water. We're going to charge for water. I'm looking down here. We got an article on the homeless. Well, the homeless have been disappeared to a large extent into the FEMA camps. There's over 20 million people there at this point. Back in the 70s and 60s, people would talk to German people and say, how could you not know this was going on? How could you not know that? There's 20 million people in the FEMA concentration camps. 1/3 are American homeless. As a matter of fact, SSU was one of the holding grounds for this under the guise of COVID quarantines. The bus drivers I spoke to brought those people in, but they never came out. They were sent down to Richmond and sent to the fields. 1/3 of them are American homeless. 1/3 of them are our brothers and sisters from Mexico, as ICE stopped deporting and 2007. And then 1/3 of them are from South America that have been terrorized to come up here so these wealthy politicians here can go down there with their 50,000-acre estates with just enough workers to maintain their little plantations. This is a casting call for common sense and self-determination to those listening, to the veterans, to the American labor, to the workers. Who among you doesn't have 5 to 10 reasons to general strike this system into submission and extricate the vampiric bar lawyerly system and free law enforcement and the CSPOA and the sheriffs into a place where they actually can do their job?
Thank you. Mayor, I see no one else approaching the podium for public comment.
Thank you. We will now continue to item 12, which is the approval of minutes. We have 3 set of minutes: May 21st, 2024, June 4th, 2024, and June 6th, 2024, which was a special meeting. Looking to council to see if there are any corrections. So I just had one correction, and maybe you will correct me, on item 12.2 for the June 4th, 2024. It states that I gave report on events that I attended, but I also did give report on the Sonoma County Homeless Coalition board meeting. And in addition to that, because it is an ad hoc, I'm not sure, but the Santa Rosa City School and Santa Rosa City Council collaboration meeting, I don't know if those two should be stated that I gave report on those, or if we don't state that report was given.
We capture those under the general report, mayors and council members under item 11. If it is the desire of council to have more specific, we do record action minutes, so we try and make summary statements rather than capture every single event each council member has attended.
So those are not. So where does one get those, the minutes that actually?
They can review the video recording, and that is one of the reasons why we have timestamps. If you go back to watch the video playback, you can get to that item and click on item 11 on the playback video at santa-rosa.legistar.com and listen to the report outs under those items.
Okay. I think that if there are items that are within 11.1.1 to 11.1.11, that maybe they should be noted that the council members are actually attending and they're giving a report out on where they're assigned to attend.
Understood. And if I missed the one for Sonoma County Homeless Coalition, I will capture it back under, but for the SR City School ad hoc, I was leaving that because it's not identified specifically on the city council agenda. That was captured under item 11.
Thank you.
The global.
Perfect. Just wanted to make sure.
Okay, so on item 11 or 12.2, it'll be approved as amended.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, can you please facilitate public comment on 12.1, 12.2, and 12.3?
Thank you. We are now taking public comments on the minutes under 12.1, 12.2, and 12.3. If you are in the chamber and would like to comment but have not provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. You will have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. As you approach the podium, please state your name for public comment if you choose to do so. Mayor, I see no one approach the podiums on public comment.
Thank you. Continuing on to item 13, which are our consent items. Madam City Clerk, may you please read the consent items?
Thank you, Mayor. Item 13.1, contract award for the Transit Mall Roadbed Rehabilitation Project. Item 13.2, motion 2023 General Plan Annual Report. Item 13.3, Second Amendment to Professional Services Agreement F002543 with Matrix Consulting Ltd. Item 13.4, resolution, approval of professional service agreement F002802 for translation and interpretation services with Accent on Languages Incorporated. Item 13.5, resolution authorizing submittal of a community spaces matching grant application to the Sonoma County Agricultural Preservation and Open Space District for improvements at Lower Colgan Creek Neighborhood Park. Item 13.6, resolution, Governor's Office of Emergency Services, Cal OES, designation of applicant's agent resolution for non-state agencies. Item 13.7, resolution, Fifth Amendment to Agreement F002014 with Legal Aid of Sonoma County. Item 13.8, resolution, approval of fiscal year 2024-2025 grant agreements for public services, fair housing, and housing opportunities for persons with AIDS. HOPWA. Item 13.9, resolution approving professional services agreement with MV Transportation Incorporated for ADA paratransit eligibility, paratransit service, and deviated fixed route service. Item 13.10, resolution appropriations limit for fiscal year 2024-25. And that concludes reading of the consent calendar.
Thank you so much. Bringing it back to council to see if there are any questions from council members on the consent items. Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, may you please conduct public comment?
Thank you. We are now taking public comments on the consent calendar, items 13.1 through 13.10. If you are in the council chamber and would like to comment but have not provided a speaker card, please make your way to the podium. You will have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. As you approach the podium, please state your name for public record if you choose to do so. The first public comment will be from Dwayne, followed by Sunny, then Peter.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I ask you to pull item 13.2 so that you could actually show us what the 2023 general plan is and give us a report on the inclusionary housing and growth management annual review. The reason this is important is because in the day that these things were first put together, they would be put up here for the public to actually see them while they were going to be discussed. You can't find them here right now today, and it's really important because that general plan was put together under the COVID darkness, if you will. A lot of folks weren't Zoomers. They weren't able to see what you folks were doing, and this general plan basically makes some very large decisions that affect a lot of people in the community without them knowing about it. The inclusionary housing is very important because that was put forward decades ago, trying to point out that we needed more residential. We needed more affordable rental residential specifically, and that was the hope that we would get that. It hasn't been proven to be true yet. And the growth management, that's still very important because we're growing like weeds, especially over in Roseland, where we're getting hundreds and hundreds of new housing units put in there, crowding all kinds of people over there, but we're not getting new infrastructure. And we're actually over carrying capacity now. The roads are packed. There's only a couple roads to get in there, and they're packed at 2 times of the day. The dilemma is that you should be coordinating this also with the budget you're going to be talking about later in the meeting, so that the basic taxpayer, the citizen, would understand how these decisions are impacting our quality of life here in our area. One of the important things that I'm finding out as I talk with the new people that we meet over in Roseland, they're not from Roseland, most of them. They're moving in from other areas, coming in because there's getting more housing there now, and it's like, okay, get over there. So Roseland, the most disadvantaged and underserved, overburdened community in the entire city, besides maybe South Park, is picking up the slack and having to bear even more of the burdens as these hundreds upon hundreds of housing units come in. The dilemma is we're not getting that opportunity to talk with you as a body so that we can be a part of what's called the public policy decision-making process. We're just being hung out to dry, basically, and we have to pick up whatever comes our way. So please pull this report and tell us what it's about. It's not up here for us to see it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Sunny, followed by Peter, then Sue.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Sunny No. I'm the Deputy Director of Legal Aid of Sonoma County. I have not yet had the pleasure to meet all of you, so I hope I do in the future. And I'm just here tonight to thank you for continuing to fund the very important eviction prevention and homelessness prevention work that Legal Aid has been doing since 2017 in partnership with the city. I'll keep it brief. Thank you so much. If you have any further questions, please do feel free to reach out to us. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Peter. Yes, go ahead.
We're on? Okay, thank you. I am Peter, and I'm here. A couple of comments on the consent items. You know, you start off with 13-1, the Corleone brothers, the Gelati brothers. Actually, I know some of them. They're nice people, but I'm just kind of curious as to why they have so much business. I mean, they run the entire airport in San Francisco. They're doing all the freeways all over the Bay Area, and I'm just wondering what happened to giving smaller contractors opportunities. It's just a question. And so I'm looking over here about an approval, 13-4, an approval of professional services agreement for translation interpretation services with accent on languages. My first thought, and I'm not very bright, I'm thinking, bingo. Does this have anything to do with bar, lawyerly, lying lingo? Making things so complicated that the average person can't figure it out. It takes a bunch of lawyers to explain things. I'm looking at the grant application for county agricultural preservation open space. You're talking about agriculture, but that usually is a reference to the animal industry, which is thankfully coming to an end, you know, and so I'm thinking this grants versus subsidies, and beef or pork would be about $300-400 a pound right now, but it's not, and you have to wonder why, and then why are the cancers so high everywhere, including with law enforcement police dogs, statewide, countywide, nationwide. It's what they put in this foods and the vaccines. And the vaccines aren't too good either. So grants versus our own taxes. We give out all this taxes compared. California puts forth almost 80% of all the taxes this country takes. They steal 95% of it, and we're supposed to be somehow grateful for the 5% they send back that we squabble over in little meetings. And the last one is the governor's state of emergency services for non-state agencies. What does that mean? Federal police? Is this another one of these FEMA deals where it's anti-U.S. Constitution, anti-United States sheriffs, the sheriffs who are supposed to have the highest law authority in the land? They want to take away their power? That's unacceptable. Half of law enforcement, whether they're sheriffs or police officers, are veterans, and they're not treated very well either. I can't wait. In fact, I'm looking forward. I'm seeing the law enforcement and the veterans rising up with the students and the labor to shut down this corruption and say goodbye to Bar Association attorneys that are in public office, which, by the way, the Constitution says no one with a title of nobility may hold public office in America, lawyers or esquires. That's a nobility title. The power we have is to take the vampiric parasites off.
The next speaker will be, let me scroll back up here. The next speaker will be Sue Hatter. Okay, thank you. Mayor, I'm seeing no one else approach the podiums for public comment on this item.
Thank you. Bringing it back to council to see if there are any questions. Seeing none, Vice Mayor Stapp, can you please make a motion?
Thank you. I'll move items 13.1 through 13.10 and wait for the reading of the text.
Second.
We have a motion made by Vice Mayor Stapp and a second by Councilmember Okrepke. Madam City Clerk, may you please call the vote?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Stapp?
Yes.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Let the record show this passes unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to item 14, which is our first public comment tonight on non-agenda matters. Madam City Clerk, may you please facilitate public comment?
Yes, we are now taking public comment on item 14, non-agenda matters. This is the time wherein any person may address the council on matters not listed on this agenda, but which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. If you are in the council chamber and would like to comment but have not yet provided a speaker card, please make your way to the podium. You will have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. We will take 12 speakers under item 14. If we have more than 12 public comments on item 14, the remaining speakers will be afforded the opportunity to speak on item 18, non-agenda matters. As you approach the podium, please state your name for public record if you choose to do so. The first public comment will be from Paul, followed by Peter, then Sue. Paul, are you? Oh, there you are. Thank you.
Are we on?
Yep.
Here we go. Oh, thank you very much. I'm Paul Seif, relatively new to Santa Rosa, a couple of years. Beautiful city, enjoying it very much. And before I begin on the topic, I just look around these chambers and thinking about how lucky we are in these wonderful United States to be able to come to a public meeting like this as citizens and sit and see our representatives. What a wonderful gift we have in this country of ours. Look around, you see people in a public space all sharing an experience and not cloistered in their homes as people sometimes tend to do. We have come out to the common area, and this will lead me into a comment about a beautiful space on Summerfield Road that is a place where people can come out, not be cloistered in their homes, not be isolated, come out to a beautiful movie theater called the Summerfield. The Summerfield is in danger of being closed down, eliminated, and replaced by a fitness club, a Planet Fitness. Our group represents hundreds of people who find that prospect quite disconcerting. And we are hoping that the community will rally to the notion that we need these kind of public spaces. Let's just look for a second or think about what could happen at a movie theater like the Summerfield, which is facing economic difficulties. As we know, people don't come out to movies as much. They sit home cloistered in their living rooms and, not wanting to come to public spaces like we see right here. Look, good for everyone for coming out. But think about the Summerfield, nestled in a lovely neighborhood, showing some of the most creative works of cinema anywhere. Imagine this resource not only for entertainment, but serving the community in myriad ways, from ongoing daytime educational programs for local kids, inspiring them, these future filmmakers, these future actors and actresses, lectures by noted filmmakers and actors, famous and local filmmakers, a small fee to attend a series perhaps, to the soon-to-be famous Santa Rosa International Film Festival. Let your mind go. Imagine you're at the movies and anything is possible. Imagine the economic benefits to the city. All this to enliven and improve Santa Rosa. A new film mecca, perhaps. Why do we have to accept the closing of theaters? They are the lifeblood. Look, we all come out to a theater.
The next speaker will be Peter, followed by Sue, then Derek. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, Peter Alexander Chernoff. You know, it's more than a rumor, it seems, that people like Robert Redford routinely have gone to the Summerfield incognito. You know, there's quite a few big people, not just in the entertainment field, but they are in this area, they go there for such things. And this is a call to all labor, vets, students, law enforcement, mothers, and seniors. The American Freedom Casting Call. One of the foundational assumptions on which everything else has been built has been revealed as flawed. This calls for a mental break to a full stop. Take your weight off all beliefs built on the wrong assumption. Do your best to rethink everything from scratch. One of them being the core of all war and violence itself, which is why the religions never wanted people to read the Essenes Gospel of Peace, and why veganism is not considered murder as it is of all animals. So I'm talking about a rear guard action based on truth, squelching once and for all the lying lawyers, the high rents, the $3 per gallon more than any other state that we are being laughed at about. The unions, the lawyers, their lawyers, they make more money than all the workers, yet they never work. They work with each other to keep all the workers in their illusory state of labor's true power, which they're taught to never use. It's called a general strike. What example are we giving our children to emulate? As I said before, take a hammer to their cell phones. Harry Bridges got famous for turning wharf rats to the lords of the dock on the West Coast by a strike. And the U.S. Constitution clarifies that anyone with a title of nobility not be permitted in public office in America. Lawyers are esquires. They're in the White House, both sides. There's no Republicans or Democrats. They're all bar lawyers. And they drink and laugh at the public's perceptions. Union labor and labor in general in California are the most powerful in the world. And Martin Luther King said, one man wrongfully incarcerated, so are we all. Leonard Peltier has been down 48 years, and in his cell is the U.S. Constitution. And the prophetic command Yeshua gave Peter strongly clarifies a 40-day freedom strike that opens up the promise of the promised land, that opens up the gardens of Genesis, that opens up the promise of America. I am, Peter, I am seeing as I am commanding within a breath of this full moon, a powerful, almighty action supported by all the angels to shut down this greedy corruption of mammon that has all of us wondering what to do next. It's really simple. You say no more to the supporters of war and knock off this illusory willful blindness that we have been taught to undertake, and be who we are and release the power of the Christos light in each of our hearts. I say it, it is so, it is done.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Sue Hatter.
Hi. In regards to Summerfield Cinemas, Sonoma County Casting Call, Mother of All Boycotts being the call. Most patriarchal religions cater to pigeons, as most patriarchal politicians cater to morticians. Both sides have always maintained wars and trafficking of women, children, and drugs, even today. Time for all and engage in taking the stage in turning this page. I am here speaking out for and inviting sister warriors, warrior daughters and mothers, arise, and the time is now. Financially strike their never-ending greedy corruption into submission. I, like Tulsi Gabbard, Cynthia McKinney, Angela Davis, and Deborah Tavares for the White House, time to give this corruption a timeout. In this very moment, there are trafficking of women and children in San Francisco Bay Area, including Marin County and Sonoma County. For all to engage and take the stage and turn this page, let's make a difference to clarify and eliminate corruption. Stand up for what you believe in, is right from wrong. Let your voices be heard. Having said that, I am speaking hereby call forth America veterans to arise. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Derek, followed by Dwayne, then John.
Good evening. I'm Derek Steffen, local Santa Rosa born and raised, member of SAG-AFTRA, here to support the Save Summerfield community effort. As a member of this group that is growing every day, I've launched a petition to save the Summerfield from demolition. I encourage you to look on change.org and find it. We have 375 signers as of tonight, including a very famous filmmaker, and you can check out his comments, Quentin Tarantino himself. I would like to seek the City Council to consider amending the general plan to create a new zoning for locally owned and small businesses in a corridor on Summerfield and other like areas such as Montgomery Drive and throughout the city of Santa Rosa. By allowing a big box store to take over the space of the Summerfield cinemas really takes away the community diversity and the drive for small local business. I really would like to see this amendment to the city general plan in the spirit of Calistoga, our neighboring cities in Napa, as well as St. Helena, who have successfully prevented big box stores from coming into their corridors. Healdsburg as well as Berkeley, California. The Summerfield Cinemas is more than just a movie house. It's a community, and it's a place for all to gather and share community and see our humanity. I appreciate your consideration, and I encourage all of you to go to a Summerfield Cinema show this week and into the weekend and support the Tocchini family in their quest to keep the theater open. I have an email from Mr. Giancarlo Tocchini, Vice President of Operation and operator there, stating that they support our petition, and I would encourage the community to support this effort. Thank you, and Derek Steffen again for Save Summerfield. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Dwayne, followed by John.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. Yesterday, the Housing Authority had a very good meeting, and it's good to see the nice work that they're doing. It was pointed out that there's a pipeline of affordable housing, that over 2,500 units have been at least permitted and are going to be built here in the city of Santa Rosa within the city limits. This is especially important because if you were to go look for housing right now, there's only one offering over at the housing office across the street. It's for a studio, and it's managed by somebody in Marin County, and for that studio, the rent is $1,750. So we definitely need affordable rental residential housing. Now, here in Santa Rosa, we could focus upon this being put downtown. Years ago, the AT&T building was supposed to be having that type of housing. It's across from Courthouse Square here, and the developer that picked it up from the city's redevelopment agency was given an incentive of a $1.5 million discount on the cost, with the belief that housing would then go in. And still, no housing has gone there. Now's the time for it, though. Everything would pencil out. There's nobody really going to dispute the fact that the housing is needed and that it could be done in such a way that it would be profitable for that person. And that seems to be the big thing a lot of times. They use the term, will it pencil out? And if it doesn't pencil out, they'll wait. So we've waited for many, many years for this housing to be across from Courthouse Square, and now is the time when it could pencil out. So I'm hoping that you folks will put a little push in that, if you will. It's really important because the outlook for the future here is there'll be an even greater need for housing because we're building a train, and the train is typically a growth engine. They used them in Oakland and in other places to make sure that they would increase the population of the city. So that's going to be happening here. I want to leave you with this idea that you were very glad you had done a groundbreaking out there on the smart path. There needs to be a South Santa Rosa smart station. It could be by Andy's Unity Park, where you could put a slide stop in there. And then those people, who many of them commute to jobs down in Rohnert Park, Petaluma, Novato, they could ride the train. That would help everybody in the long run. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker will be John.
Hello. Where's the camera? There we go. Thank you for giving us a few moments to speak our opinions. I appreciate that. I hope it's not too much of a burden on you sometimes. My name is John Duvall. I moved into Rohnert Park 11 years ago, and when I moved here, there were 7 theaters, public theaters in the region. If the Summerfield Theater closes, there will be 4. And one of them is way up at the airport, one of them is in Sebastopol, one of them is in Petaluma. I think that Summerfield makes a big contribution to the culture of the city and to the neighborhood that it sits in. Living in Rohnert Park, I'm almost as far from the Summerfield as I am from Petaluma or from Sebastopol, and yet I come up here because this is the only place I can sit in a theater and watch a lot of the movies that they show there. And you may say, well, you know, there's streaming. You can watch things on streaming. Anybody who knows the economics of streaming knows that most of the streamers also show the same big mega buck pictures that they do in the big theaters. And a lot of the theaters that are shown at Summerfield are low-budget independent films, some international films, and some classic films that you're just not going to chance to get to watch in a theater anyplace else. So I really feel the loss if this theater goes away. I want to endorse what Derek said earlier about the zoning issues involved in something like this, that we can use zoning to protect neighborhood culture and keep big box stores out and things. You know, fitness centers are a dime a dozen. And if I want to go to a fitness center, I can almost walk to one where I live or drive a mile. I don't need to come up here for that. And I imagine that's true of most people. So I know that the council has limited power over this decision, but I urge you to look at what you might be able to do to deal with such issues in the future. And I hope that some angel will be found to take on management of the Summerfield and keep it alive for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm seeing no one else approach the podium for public comment on item 14. Oh.
For a while, I was trying to find a place I could afford, yet the few that I was able to was filled, and ones that are nicer were unaffordable, until I learned of the place I've been living in for the past 15 years. In spite of my rent going up and down, at that time, it is affordable. I recently got a housing voucher, which makes my rent even more affordable. I wouldn't have it any other way. So, if you guys make the effort to more or less put their effort into affordable housing, we would all appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, I'm seeing no one else approach the podium for public comment.
Thank you. So we will now close public comment. We have no report items. but the council is going to take a short break, not really short, let me see, to be back at around 6:30. So, thank you. Seeing a quorum, Madam City Clerk, may you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers, Councilmember Okrepke, Councilmember McDonald.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Stapp.
Here.
Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
Thank you very much. We will now resume our meeting with item 16, our public hearing for today. Madam City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 16.1 is a public hearing. Public hearing on adoption of the City of Santa Rosa FY 24-25 operations and maintenance budget and capital improvement program budget. I do want to take this time to thank my staff, and I just want to run through a couple of accomplishments and some home runs I feel like that we've made through this past fiscal year, and this is not even close to being all of them. Groundbreaking on the Hearn Overcrossing. We began construction on Fire Station 5. We began construction and opened yesterday Finley Aquatic Center, Coffee Park and Fountain Grove repaving, Sonoma Avenue rehabilitation. As part of our Complete Streets program, we've completed some two-way protected bike lanes. Staff has received many awards, including Lisa Welsh, Dario Dunstan. Some departments have received awards. We received the Bronze Level Bicycle Friendly Business Award. The Stormwaters and Creeks team received 3 awards from the California Stormwater Quality Association. Southeast Greenways acquisition, housing projects including Caritas, Laurel Park, and Mahonia Glen. We've secured over $22 million in federal funds. We created a 115 trust for PIMCA, brought back the Rose Parade in coordination with the Rose Parade Committee, secured $1.2 million from MTC and ABAG for the South Santa Rosa Specific Plan. We celebrated the Geysers' 20th year, hosted multiple town halls, launched the down payment assistance program, and as of today, we've awarded 7 loans to individuals who are now homeowners. We received $9.5 million for downtown housing. We reduced homeless by 30%. With your help, we passed the camping on public property ordinance, earned the pro-housing designation, seized more than 300 ghost guns, reduced shootings by 60%, and as of today, Chief, I hope you're still in the room, we only have 1 homicide. We completed the Economic Development Strategic Plan, completed over 798 housing units, passed the vacant lot ordinance, filled more than 7,500 potholes, launched the VIVE committee, addressed over 11,000 internal IT service requests. I believe probably most of them were from the people sitting on the dais. So these accomplishments stand as a testament to the dedication and commitment of the great team that we have here in the city, and I just want to express my appreciation to a job well done and say thank you. So with that, I'll turn it over to Finance.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. We're bringing before you today a public hearing for the budget adoption for fiscal year 24-25. So just a recap of where we've been this budget process. Back on January 9th, we held a public hearing on budget priorities in which the public was able to come and give their input on where we should be addressing our budget needs for the year. City Council held their goal setting session on February 6th, and staff was able to take into consideration also council goals as we put together our department budgets. The city manager met with each department in May of 2024 to go through in-depth reviews of the department budgets and to hear additional concerns and needs and changes happening at that time. And then back in May, you heard from us for 2 days at the May budget study session when we did a deep dive of our overall citywide budget, and we were able to take in council feedback and changes and questions at that time. So this brings us to June 18th, 2024, and we have our final proposed budget today that we are bringing forward for adoption. And before we get into the details, I'd like to hand it over to our Chief Financial Officer for some comments.
Thank you, Veronica. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. If you'll indulge me for just a second, I got here today at about 3:30 this afternoon. My daughter graduated from the University of Oregon yesterday. So to Madison Alton, go Ducks. And with that, that's just, you know, dad's got to embarrass their daughter. It's on tape now, so it's there forever. All right. So before Veronica takes you through the rest of this presentation, what I want to do is take this opportunity to provide a little bit of context for where we are. So the challenges that we're facing and are reflected in the city's 2024-25 proposed budget are what many cities are experiencing right now. Key revenues have flattened. Federal funding is running out for crucial programs, and the cost of providing service has increased. Virtually all of our city operations are experiencing higher costs, whether it's materials to provide services or to complete projects, or utility costs, or personnel costs. We've talked at length at the budget study session and in the past how our ARPA funding is coming to an end, and we have some very worthwhile programs that are there that are cause challenges for the general fund going forward. And for our revenue. In the general fund, since fiscal year, I think it was fiscal year 22-23 budget, actually the mid-year before that, we adopted a method of being more realistic with our revenue estimates. So we were very conservative, and we moved off of that conservative position. And what that did was provided more resources for budgeting, and actually allowed us to balance the budget in that year, which all very positive. Unfortunately, sales tax revenues have slowed over the last 2 years, and this year we are projecting to miss our sales tax estimates by about $5.3 million. This is a result of a natural decline in sales tax revenue coming into the city, the decline from the steep growth that we saw coming out of the pandemic. And as well, we're finding that consumers are tending to shift their spending more on services and less on goods. While we're optimistic, though, that revenues will slowly increase to a more normal 2 to 3% stable growth pattern that we would expect. Where we find ourselves now is that our math has changed. We're familiar with us coming to you with a budget deficit at adoption, and then as the year goes on, that deficit shrinks to where it no longer exists, and then by the end of the year we end up with the surplus. But as we moved away from our conservative estimating, we've seen that year-end surplus get smaller. Now we're headed the other direction. So based off of the latest data that we have, and that's through May 30th, we're projecting a $2 million deficit in the general fund to end the year. So we're now at the point where we're going to adopt a budget in deficit and end the budget in deficit. And that is not a good situation that we should be in. So a couple of the issues that I want to highlight that Veronica will go into in greater detail. We heard the comments from the council during the budget study session, and so we've included the first year of the city's wage offer that is currently out to all operating or to all of our employee groups in the operating budget. So the city's offer was a 15% over 3 years, with the first year front-loaded to a 7% amount. So while the potential costs of these contracts are substantial, they're a critical step toward being competitive in the marketplace, which is where we wanted to go, and that's where the council wanted to go. So we've taken that step to actually put it in the budget. The first year costs, and again, Veronica will go through this, but the first year costs of these contracts on a citywide basis is about $12 million and about $7.98-ish million in the general fund. What this will do, combined with the other deficit that we were running, will bring the proposed budget to a $13.3 million deficit for 24-25. In our long-range forecast, Veronica will walk you through two versions. One showing the budget as we know it, plus the additions of the COLA increases, and the way that we've worked the wages in there was something similar to what the structure of the current offer is, which is a 7% in the first year, and then 4% and 4% in the next 2 years. And then we rounded out the last 2 years of the forecast with what we expect CPI to be at that time, which would be 3% for each year. The second version includes ballot measure revenue coming in should they pass in November, and it also includes addition of ARPA-funded programs. What I think we need to take away from these forecasts as we go through it is to have the focus on the deficit line. Hopefully at some point a surplus line, but right now it's a deficit line. That is what will take away from our reserves. So reserves are very important, but until we fix our deficit, then we're headed in a bad path. So with all these challenges, the city has put together, and to be perfectly honest, we're still putting parts of it together, but we have the framework of a strategy to build stability and sustainability for not just the general fund, although that's where our focus, but for all of our operating funds. So the first thing that we would do is institute a hiring freeze. We will be developing the 25-26 budget as a zero-based budget. This will allow us to, or give us an opportunity to find what the true cost of service will be. We are in the process of developing two revenue measures that would hopefully be passed in November. We will look at revenues going forward, but we also have a mind toward expanding our economy. So we're not just so focused on bringing in revenues, but we also want to do the things that invest in our economy and moves that forward. The one thing that we do want to look at, though, when we talk about this is that at least for the first few years, we need to focus very heavily on what our short-term needs are, and then have a long-term goal for those types of economic investments. There is a very good chance that we will need to do, after all of that, to do further reductions, but our plan is to take a very programmatic and thoughtful approach to that. As somebody that went through the Great Recession and laying off people. That's not something that I take lightly, or really anybody in the leadership team takes lightly. But we need to be able to have those contingencies in place. But even with all that, none of this means that we stop doing innovative projects, that we shut down or bury our heads in the sand, however we want to phrase it. What it just means is that we need to be mindful of the budget impacts that those programs have on the city, and what we would need to do in order to offset those should we need to offset them. So, and the last point that I want to make is that we have a very short time to act. We're proposing no cuts in this budget. We have come about as flat as we can. We're going to show that we're not flat, but that's because we've then since loaded in added personnel costs. But for the most part, the departments did what they could to curb their services and supplies expenditures and to get to where we wanted them to be. But the 25-26 year is the critical year. By that time, we will have gone through our fiscal stability reserves, and then we will be into our general fund unassigned reserves, and even when the revenue, if the revenue comes, new revenue comes on board, that still won't stem the tide of us depleting our reserves. So there's work to be done. I think that between myself and the city manager and the rest of the leadership team, my staff, we are able to take on this challenge, and we will move us forward through it. And with that, I will turn it over to Veronica.
Thank you, Alan. We're going to first take council through a few slides summarizing the major changes that have occurred since the May study session. As Alan mentioned, the largest change we'll see within our general fund is an additional $7.9 million to account for these anticipated cost of living increases of 7%. In addition to the cost of living increase, we've added in $100,000 for the Metro Chamber contract. This was in response to council's direction at the May study session. We also removed the limited term designation from the in-response paramedics. Council gave the direction to make those programs permanent once ARPA funds expire. And so while there is no budgetary impact, this does change the designation of the people being hired, that they will now be permanent instead of limited term. We also moved at the request of council the new clean energy manager from TPW to the city manager's office. And we removed the addition of the FTE headcount, but we kept the funding piece in there. This is because Human Resources is still working on finalizing the classification and the salary range, et cetera. So they'll bring that forward at a later date to actually add the position. But for now, we are keeping the funding piece in place in the general fund. We did have to increase our Violence Prevention Partnership General Fund program by $8,400 in order to reach their baseline requirement as required by our Public Safety and Prevention Tax, formerly Measure O ordinance. As general fund expenditures increase, this changes our baseline requirement for police, fire, and violence prevention. And violence prevention did have to have some additional expenditures added to meet that requirement, which we'll see in a later slide. And then finally, within the general fund, we also increased our transfers out by $34,000, also to cover cost of living increases that we transfer out to our homeless services special revenue fund and our parking enforcement enterprise fund. Outside of the general fund, we did see changes for cost of living increases in both our enterprise funds and the parking fund and the water funds and stormwater funds. We also increased our cost of living adjustment within homeless services, that special revenue fund. Homeless services also received an additional $35,000 of grant revenue, so that helped. And within the Housing Authority, we received updated allocations from the Department of Housing and Urban Development of $80,000, and so expenditures and admin costs and loan repayments were adjusted accordingly. And taking us through the citywide budget overview, I'm not going to go in depth in these slides because we've talked about them at length at the study session, but just to highlight some of the changes here. In our revenues by fund, you will see increases in the Housing Authority by $80,000. As I mentioned, we got updated HUD allocations. As well as in our enterprise funds, we have an increase of about $160,000 worth of revenue. This is representative of additional revenue we will be receiving from the subregional partners to help pay for those cost of living increases to run the subregional fund. We also had an increase of $35,000 in our special revenue funds. As I mentioned, that the homeless services received some additional grant funding. Our expenditures by fund citywide had several changes that we already touched on. The general fund was the most significant. We did see an addition of $8 million in the general fund, as well as our enterprise funds, where we saw additions for those cost of living increases in parking as well as water. And then finally, our special revenue fund also increased for the additional cost of living increases for the homeless services fund. And just a visual, this pie chart has shifted a bit since we showed it in May due to adding cost of living increases in the general fund and the enterprise operating funds. Those pieces of the pie have become just a bit bigger and the other pieces respectively a little smaller. And then I'm just going to take you through a recap of our enterprise fund summaries. These have all changed again due to the cost of living increases, and our bottom line for many of these have gone down. The use of reserves for the parking enterprise fund summary, we're now looking at about $450,000 use of reserves as a result of increasing for the cost of living adjustment. Our water enterprise fund summary, we're anticipating a surplus of about $691,000. In local wastewater, we previously were anticipating a surplus by year end, but after making those adjustments for personnel costs, we're looking at a slight use of reserves of $17,000. And in our regional fund, as I mentioned, we increased the revenue because the subregional partners will be contributing more, but we also had to increase those O&M expenditures for personnel costs. So the surplus overall landed at $1.5 million. And then finally, our stormwater enterprise fund summary, we are anticipating a use of reserves of about $670,000. So that concludes the citywide overview, and moving down into the general fund. As Alan mentioned in his opening comments, we are proposing a $13.3 million deficit this year in the general fund. This is increased by $8 million from when we last met in May, mainly as a result of the labor adjustments that we're anticipating. When we met in May, we felt that the negotiations were at a point where we couldn't quite yet make an educated guess of what that financial impact would be. But now that we're able to put together what we think is going to be a reasonable number, we felt it was important to bring to council, to bring to the public, to see exactly what that impact will be. And so we have a pretty significant change from what we saw before. And we wanted to call out for council the 4 additions that we're adding into the budget this year. Every year during the budget season, departments come to us with many requests for additional staffing or funding or programs or any number of things. This year we said no to just about everything except for the most critical or what we felt was most in line with council goals and priorities. So we added that climate action manager. As we mentioned, we have funding for that in the city manager's office. The admin analyst is an economic development position that's funded halfway by the SRTBIA fund, but 50% by the general fund. So that's what that $80,000 cost is. The Metro Chamber contract was at the direction of council to add back in at the May study session. And then we've also adjusted police overtime by $400,000. This has been a line item that has probably been under budgeted for some time. So in total, council has the option to not include this $885,000 in the adopted budget. We have it worked into the numbers now, but if you would like to remove these from the budget, that is certainly an option because this was not something that we had included in the previous year. So again, I'm not going to go too in-depth to these financial tables because we already covered them in May. The general fund revenues is one slide where we have no changes from the study session. We are pretty confident with our revenue estimates here, so these numbers have stayed the same. And again, a visual to show that sales tax, that $75.9 million, is our largest funding source, our largest source of resources in the general fund. As Alan mentioned, this is a pretty critical piece of revenue that we bring in that has not been growing as anticipated. We're going to be missing the mark on this current fiscal year, and so we are holding the budget flat for next fiscal year, which is a pretty critical point that's contributing to the deficit that we are facing. And we are hoping that this will rebound in future years. Our consultants and many experts have assured us this is not an indication of a recession. Our economy is still strong and good. It's just the result of kind of that post-pandemic shift and a change in consumer spending. Our general fund expenditures by categories includes all general fund departments lumped into one table but split up by categories. And again, the most significant changes we see here in those salary and benefit line items, the top two. Our salaries have increased by $6.3 million as a result of an anticipated 7% increase for all bargaining units. And our benefits have increased by $1.5 million because those increases in those bargaining unit labor costs will also affect our retirement and our workers' comp costs. And just a visual of the previous table. This is the data shown in a pie chart, and a reminder that our salaries and benefits in the general fund make up 76% of our expenditures. And still within the general fund, this breaks out all of our annual expenditures by department. The administration line item does include City Council's budget and the non-departmental budget. These are the only two departments that were not affected by the cost of living changes. All other departments did have that 7% impact spread out across. And our final visual of the previous table, this pie chart, our amounts and percentages have shifted a bit since May after adding in those cost of living increases. Police and fire still remain our two largest departments, making up just over 62% of the general fund. So our general fund baseline, I touched on this earlier. This is a requirement of our public safety and prevention tax ordinance. It requires that our general fund funding for police, fire, and violence prevention stay above a certain calculation, which is dependent on our overall general fund expenditures. Police and fire have historically not had any issue in coming in danger to being below baseline, but violence prevention is one area that every year as general fund expenditures increase, we have to adjust this program to make sure it stays above our baseline. So at the conclusion of our general fund discussion, this brings us into our forecast. And we have seen this forecast a number of times, but this year, as Alan mentioned, we have included fiscal year 24-25 in the out years. We've added cost of living adjustments in, which has changed things pretty significantly. So in fiscal year 24-25, we have that 7% COLA. In fiscal years 25-26 and 26-27, we've added a 4% COLA in both those years. And in the final 2 years, a 3% CPI adjustment. So this has had a pretty profound effect on that expenditure line item. As we saw earlier, the general fund is 76% salaries and benefits, so any cost of living adjustment is going to have some pretty exponential effects on this forecast. Another change since the May study session is in our transfers outline, which is right beneath the expenditures. As a reminder, because this is a little bit of a confusing topic, transfers out are general fund resources that go to other funds where the spending occurs in the other funds. So in our 24-25 line, that $8.4 million, 3.7 of that is going out to affordable housing and homeless services. We see that grow into fiscal year 25-26 because our ARPA funds expire. And so now our homeless services costs, we're having to pay the full amount out of the general fund, which is being transferred out to a special revenue fund. Homeless services without any other ARPA funds or any other assistance, will cost the general fund about $4.2 to $4.5 million a year. So the change that I'd like to highlight is between fiscal year 25-26 and 26-27. We see that transfers outlined go from 9.8 million up to 13.2. It was brought up at the May study session that our pension obligation bond, we're going to have the final debt service payment on that in fiscal year 25-26, after which, due to previous discussion, we had worked it into the forecast to put that $3 million debt service payment towards our pension 115 trust. But per council direction, the request was asked that we would put that towards our bike pedestrian overcrossing project to help close the gap on that funding. So that's why we see that increase. We have an additional $3 million in fiscal year 26-27 going out to our CIP fund for that project if needed. That project is anticipated to have enough cash in the next couple years to move forward. So if needed, it probably would not be required until fiscal year 26-27. So mostly as a result of these cost of living increases, our budgeted deficit line item has grown into double-digit figures, starting in 24-25 and just growing from there. Our fiscal stability reserves of $24 million last us about 1.5 years. So again, these were reserves that, thanks to the foresight of council several years ago, $40 million of our PG&E settlement funds were set aside for fiscal stability purposes. We're down to $24 million, and while these funds are very nice to have, they were never intended to be absorbing double-digit deficits over several years in a row. So we also do have an additional $15 million of our general fund reserves. This is over that 17% requirement. So between the two of these, we do have enough reserves to pass a deficit in 24-25, pass a deficit in 25-26, but then in 26-27, we no longer have the reserves to pass a budget. So what this means is that by June 2026, which is in 2 years from now, we cannot bring a budget forth to pass. We have to make some significant changes in order to close this budget gap by then. This gives us 2 years to try to close the ground on these significant budgets. And as someone who has their hands deep in this forecast and deep in this budget, I will tell you closing a gap of 13.3 million and 16.4 million is very, very challenging. I believe Alan mentioned earlier, we've made a lot of efforts this year to clean up our services and supplies, scrub any excess budget, any padding. We've pushed our revenue estimates as high as we can go. So we are faced with some difficult decisions in the future. We can't close this gap just by cutting expenditures. We're also going to have to increase revenue, which we'll talk about on the next slide. But just to give some historical context of what previous councils have done when faced with budget cuts, some difficult decisions have been made in the past to do things like turn off streetlights or brown out fire stations or freeze or eliminate any vacant positions. And while these are very undesirable choices, they were made in an effort to maintain positions and other programs that were maintaining a good quality of life here in Santa Rosa. So our next slide is this same forecast with a couple additional scenarios built in. We do have a couple tax measures going out to the voters in November, one to increase TOT and one to rework and kind of equalize our business tax measure. If both of these pass, we could potentially be receiving as much as $14 million starting in fiscal year 25-26, and this will help our case considerably. This will make a very big difference. Back in May, council also gave the direction to include safer parking and in response to make those permanent programs once ARPA funds expire. Those are in those orange highlighted lines. So at this time, we have enough ARPA funds and County Measure O funds to fund our in response program at the 24-hour model through the end of fiscal year 24-25. If that 24-hour model is not fully up and running, if it's just the more reduced model, those funds will then extend over into fiscal year 25-26. In addition, staff is also looking at options for safe parking, trying to find ways to reduce costs. There are potential grant opportunities or more County Measure O funds for both for in response or grant funding options for safe parking. We don't know if these will actually be expenditures that the general fund will have to pay 100% of the cost for in the future years, but we have them on this forecast to kind of have a, worst case scenario. We need to be prepared in the event the general fund does have to pick up these costs. What we don't have worked into this forecast is the impacts of waiving development impact fees. That's something that staff is working on, and we'll come back with recommendations and more discussion later this fiscal year. So we don't have that implemented into this forecast. So we don't have reserve lines on this slide. And the point being is that if this exact scenario plays out, if we get this revenue in, and if we don't have any grant funding or additional funding for safe parking and in response, our reserves are going to last us one more year. Instead of running out in 26-27, they will run out in 27-28. But the overall picture that we are hoping this forecast is showing is that really reserves are not the takeaway here. We aren't trying to show how long we can continue our current operations. We're trying to show you that the general fund no longer has the revenue to continue current operations. The operations in the general fund need to be reevaluated, reorganized, reduced in some ways in order to close this budget gap. Our TOT and business tax measure are incredibly helpful, but they may not come to pass, and even if they do, it's not going to solve our problem. And so, as Alan mentioned, staff does have some ideas and steps to take to start working on a plan to correct this issue. But we do have 1 to 2 years to really turn things around. We are glad to have some reserves to buy us a little bit of time, but the truth is that there really isn't much time before action needs to be taken. I have just a couple more slides before we conclude. Our staffing summary, the only change since we showed it back in May is that we removed the headcount for that clean action manager position. As I said, we still have the funding in here, but the actual position change will come at a later time when HR has that position finalized. Year over year, city staff is increasing by 18.65 positions, but this does include things that have come mid-year. We consider things from a June 30th to a June 30th perspective. So this includes, on the previous slide, we have 12 positions in fire that were funded by a SAFER grant. We also have some positions in PED that were added mid-year for things like their graffiti abatement program and their vacant lot program, things that council has already been aware of. So in conclusion, our recommendation is that council open the public hearing, and after the conclusion of which, by 5 resolutions, to adopt the fiscal year 24-25 operations and maintenance and CIP budgets, and amend the public safety and prevention tax implementation plan for fiscal year 24-25. We're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation, and looking to council to see if there are any questions. Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple questions. On the enterprise funds, do we have any supplementary general fund money going into our enterprise funds right now?
So our parking enterprise fund, we do transfer funds from the general fund in there, but that is because we receive our parking violation revenue in the general fund. So we transfer out enough funds to cover their parking violation program, and it's usually a wash. Some years it's a little bit of a gain, some years it's a little bit of a loss for the general fund. But
okay, no other.
And I'm sorry, in the golf course enterprise fund as well, in fiscal year 24-25, we do have budgeted a $500,000 transfer that's intended to be one time. That's not intended to be ongoing, but to help get some of the projects up to speed and to supplement that operation.
Okay, thank you. And then as far as, I just saw one particular thing that I don't recall us talking about during budget development, and that is the climate action manager position. Could you go back to that and explain what that position is? I just don't recall us discussing that.
Sure, this was a position We may have called it something differently at the May study session, I'll be honest, but I think that HR has since then clarified this is what the title would be. It's a position that is a management level position. I think we had it in the zero waste program previously in TPW, but council opted to move this to the city manager's office instead. And this is a position to oversee clean energy efforts within the city.
And it's just one position? Thank you. And then my last question is on slide 24 under the police budget. I noticed that we had an increase in officers, which I'm fine with. What I'm questioning is, does this include the potential of adding SROs?
No, we've actually kept our staffing flat in the police department this year. We did discuss SROs back in May, but the decision was not made to add that to the budget for the next fiscal year.
So I believe I mentioned it during it, but we didn't have 4 of us mentioning it, so that might have been why it wasn't included into the budget. I think my concern is that if we are adding that program, and I want to say it was $2.1 million for the startup and $1.7 million for ongoing costs, would it be more appropriate, since there's no MOU currently with the City of Santa Rosa schools, that it come back at mid-year for consideration? I'm looking for some feedback on that.
Is there anyone, council, that would like to give feedback?
I guess I'm trying to get, I don't know if the chief could answer that question or if city manager would answer that question. I'm just not sure, just because it has been something that we've discussed, I'm not sure if it needs to go into the budget now for consideration and make an amendment to the current budget, which would increase our deficit, or if it would be more appropriate that once all of that MOU would potentially even be solidified with the City of Santa Rosa, that it come back at another time to City Council.
So through the chair, that would be a decision that needs to be made by the governing body.
Okay, I'm comfortable if it comes back and as an amendment to the budget or potentially at mid-year. I guess I'm trying to get at how long would it take to scale up that program? So would it need to be done now, or could we actually do it at mid-year? I don't know if Chief could give us that information.
Through the chair, Councilwoman McDonald, it's going to take us about 6 months to get the program up and moving. The consideration for this body is whether or not you want to continue to increase your deficit to $15 million.
Okay, I think I would be comfortable to bring it back for consideration once a lot of things would be solidified through not only just the school district, because we aren't the ones that actually make the decision to put something like that in place, but I think it's important for the body, the governing body, to be aware that that's a potential cost that would come back for consideration, and I just didn't see it in the budget, so I just wanted to make sure that it was a consideration.
I do recall back in May, part of the discussion too was there was a potential for federal funds or a state earmark. I can't recall exactly, but there was maybe some outside funding sources that could be pursued. So the tone of the conversation at that time was to hold off and to see what maybe could come through. So that was why it was not included in the budget to move forward at this time.
Okay, I also want to make sure that the community's clear where we're at as far as budgeting for this, because it's been something that we've had an extreme amount of feedback on from the community for implementation, specifically on this program. So I just wanted to make it clear that it's not included in this budget, so it'd have to come back. Thank you. And thank you for the presentation.
Madam City Attorney, point of clarification. Can one council member suggest that something come back? Because I just want to be clear. I didn't hear anyone else chime in. And so where are we at with something coming back for mid-year?
So the council can make a request, but it would need to be by motion in order for the full body to be asking staff to come back. Otherwise, this is simply something that one council member has indicated that she would like, and so staff would need some sort of motion or direction either today or at some future time to bring that item back.
I'm aware of the process. I just wanted to make sure that we were clear that it's not included in this budget for consideration. And so since there is no MOU currently in place, I think that that's why I'm comfortable leaving it for a later time. Thanks. Thank you, Mayor.
Any additional questions from council members? All right, Vice Mayor Stapp.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Obviously, it was not the news that any of us wanted, but it doesn't come as a surprise given all the other conversations in recent weeks. It goes without saying that this is going to be the theme for the upcoming year, and we're going to have many conversations to come about how we right-size our city government, what services we need to provide, et cetera. What's the timeline for that as we go forward in terms of where we, as a council, reevaluate where we are with respect to the budget? We look more closely at the additional revenue options that are coming or potentially coming here in the next months. What does the decision timeline look in the near future?
So through what used to be an off season will be actually probably beginning July is when our team and the exec leadership team will start working on a lot of these things. The changes in budget you're going to see in the 25-26 proposed budget. So in that May study session in 25 is when you'll start seeing a lot of these changes. I would say that should the revenue measures not pass, you'll see us probably in December with a course correction at that point.
So thank you for that. Through the chair, Vice Mayor Stapp. Staff have been directed to freeze positions immediately beginning July 1, and we will begin to sunset incentives that we have offered employees in the past. So that will take effect immediately.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you so much. So I appreciate all the work that's going into this, especially looking forward and knowing kind of where employees are going to need us to go as well as we have those discussions. I do have a couple of questions about considerations for next year and just putting some things on the table. I'd mentioned a couple things in our last meeting that wouldn't be year one adoption of this budget could be savings, but really looking into delivery of services going forward in areas that Santa Rosa does that other places don't. I think that that's worth looking at through the long-term finance committee. I did have a question about a report that we did a couple of years ago looking at city-owned facilities and looking specifically about which ones were costing us more money to invest in than to divest from, and just wondering where we're at on actually implementing that as a potential cost savings of taking properties that we're sinking money into that perhaps could go towards other city priorities like housing, and divesting from them, getting that off our balance sheet, and also potentially moving forward, something our community needs. What I remember from the report is we're talking tens of millions a year in maintenance dollars that we're either falling further behind or that we're sinking into properties that we eventually intend to bring up to usability.
So I would say this at this point, all of those options are absolutely on the table, but I don't have a direct update right now, but that's something that would be part of that off-season look at our budget.
Yeah, thank you for that. I will say that we are in touch with a couple of individuals who have interest in some of our vacant buildings, and we are looking to see if we can, some of those are on the economic development front, and to see if we can have some agreements come forward before this council.
Perfect, thank you. It seems to me like it'd be a win-win for the council. I'd also be interested in bringing back a discussion about, as we've kind of circled, the sharks circling in the water for the last couple of years, the portion of our TOT that goes towards tourism that goes towards promotion of the city for tourism, that perhaps when we're talking about cutting critical services, that there's a better way for us to approach that. I'd be interested in the council, because if I remember correctly, that's a couple million a year in our TOT that we're currently giving away.
Yes, and these were discussions that we're having and will have in front of the Long-Term Finance Committee, and from there, we would decide to move it back up to the council for the full council.
Perfect. Another one that I think would be interesting for us to look at is redundancies between Design Review Board, Planning Commission, Cultural Heritage Board, particularly when we talk about ability for staff to deliver on projects. How much are we actually spending for redundant meetings? Is there a better model that we can use? I know that that would also go towards our goal of facilitating housing production. And then the last one I saw in the slide, the safe parking. What I heard from the last council meeting about this was, in response, was a must-have. I did not hear from a majority of council that they were insistent on the safe parking project going forward. I would just caution us and see if there's a better model that's out there that perhaps doesn't have, I think about 70% of it go towards security, not actually the deliver of service for folks. That let's look for another option. Thank you.
So through the chair to Councilman Rogers, I will tell you, Assistant City Manager Dunstan and Director Osborne are actually looking at TOT, SRT, BIA, and they are also looking at our committees to determine which one can we have some economies of scale by merging.
I really appreciate that. I didn't want to vote to approve a deficit budget without at least throwing some breadcrumbs to staff on where we might be able to right size. Thank you.
Madam City Manager, is there any way for us to clarify about the safe parking and what was actually asked? Because I, along with Councilmember Rogers, heard in response was a must, and then the safe parking was not, we didn't say it was a permanent.
That is correct, Mayor, but we have not made a decision unless Assistant City Manager Dunstan has some additional information. I know Assistant City Manager Dunstan and Director Megan, what's your last name? Thank you. Are looking at that program. We have not made a decision, but if this body would like for us to begin scaling down on safe parking, we can definitely make certain that we move in that direction.
I only asked because if I recall correctly, and I'm trying to hurry up and go through the slides, it said that it was permanent, that the two were permanent moving forward.
So we did include them in our forecast, but to be clear, safe parking has no costs associated in the fiscal year 24-25 budget year because ARPA is covering it through the next fiscal year. So we included it in our forecast. As I apologize if there was a miscommunication, we believed council did want to continue that program, but if not, it can certainly be, changes can be made without any changes to our budget. So,
thank you. Councilmember Okrepke.
Yeah, I don't know if Councilmember Rogers opened the door to give feedback on this a little bit, because is this an appropriate time to give some comments about some changes we'd like to see? I think we've heard a few already, so. Okay. So the Climate Action Manager, that was actually something that I talked to the city manager about. Just as somebody who is overseeing all of our activities when it comes to our climate resiliency and our climate action plan, just so that departments don't act, so when departments are acting, they're not acting independently, there's someone generally harnessing all of the efforts together. I would hate to have to sacrifice this, but at the same time, when we're talking about hiring freezes and these other measures, I don't think it's appropriate for us to go and create a new position at the cost of $225,000. So I would say we could probably pull that from for me, I would pull that from consideration, just because it's to use Councilman Rogers' term, it's a nice to have, not a must have at this point. because we're already doing great work. It would be nice to have somebody do that, but I don't think we'd absolutely have to have somebody do that, considering where we are fiscally. In terms of safe parking, I think what was, I think where it may have been a little confusing, I think we all agreed we'd love to have both, but I think we also said that if we had to pick, make the Sophie's choice between in-response and safe parking, I think we all agreed on in-response. That's where I sit. While we're on in-response, I would like to, financially, I think it would only be appropriate to stay at 15-hour model right now, then go to the full 24-hour going forward, just because that is a lot of that. Just because we can't afford it. I'd love to be able to do it 24 hours, but I think when the ARPA funds run out, unless we start getting more money from Measure O to offset that. And then to Councilmember Rogers' point he made earlier, it's the Facilities Optimization Solutions presentation that was done in 2018. Yes, it was 6 years ago. I only know that because I asked for that report a few months back just to take a look at it, because I would be very interested in looking into that as well.
All right, thanks to the chair. I would like to hear, if I may, from Director Osborne on the Climate Action Manager. I know part of that we folded into the general plan, so I would like to know if there are other alternatives we might be able to suggest if we wanted to eliminate that position.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council. As part of our general plan process, we will be adopting greenhouse gas reduction strategies as a companion document to that. That will likely move through the process here through this year and look at adoption first quarter of next year. In the initial phases of the development of that document, the climate action position was identified as a critical piece to create alignment across the departments in the city. And generally, the feedback provided from the consultants is cities that do not have that struggle a bit meeting their holistic goals across the departments. So in the absence of that position, there needs to be a stronger structure around those climate action goals to create that alignment and solidify the goals and the direction and the strategies moving forward over the life of the greenhouse gas reduction strategies.
Councilmember Rogers.
Yeah, I appreciate that. My question, and I think I brought this up last time, is whether or not there's a cost-saving ability to partner with RCPA. Because I know that they are always stretched in terms of what their budget can have. Now that they have the authority to go after a tax, thanks to a Bill Dodd bill this year, they did polling and found that it's just not viable. And so how do they achieve their mission at RCPA without investment from cities? They don't. How do we achieve this without this position? I don't think we do either. There may be a really good partnership that's there where we have maybe a half-time person, or we're shouldering the load for a half-time person. So I'd be interested in hearing whether that's viable with them.
I think it absolutely is, and in the absence of that position, the secondary option would be to look at existing resources throughout the area to identify and partner and figure out how we can create that alignment across the board. So based on where we are in the process, understanding this information, we still have the time to work that into the greenhouse gas reduction strategies and amend and look at the secondary option, but that's exactly what we would look at as a contingency plan.
And who exactly are they managing? Because it's a manager, right? When I think of manager, I think that they're like managing someone other than themselves. Who exactly are they managing?
They will be managing themselves. When we looked across different organizations, that is the model when you're hiring someone from a climate perspective. It's a very skilled position, so there's just not a lot of room up and down, almost like economic development, right? It's either at a deputy director level or higher, just because there's the subject matter expert.
Thank you. Councilmember Krepke, I wanted to circle back with you to make sure that all your questions were answered when it comes to.
Yes, and just for clarification, when we're talking about a manager, we're talking something more akin to a project manager than personnel manager, correct? Yes, all right. So not individuals, but projects we're all undertaking. So as a city. So yeah, all of my questions have been answered. I'm very interested in the possibility that Councilmember Rogers put forward about helping shoulder a load instead of taking it all on ourselves. Yeah, I'm good.
Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things. I too am interested in looking at the what Councilmember Rogers offered as far as the climate action manager. I think when we talk about a freeze on employees right now, that would be one position I would be willing to say, let's hold off on that. I know it's only $225,000 when we're looking at multiple $1 million of deficit, but I think that that's critical right now. What we're saying is important to us, so I think we should hold off on that one. The safe parking, I think when I recall the conversation was we weren't sure of the cost of not having the safe parking put in place. So one of the things I recall was we had a tremendous amount of RVs on our streets, and there is a significant cost associated with that to actually have them towed. We don't have a place to have them towed. There's hazard issues. And so I think for us to have a clearer picture as we move forward on safe parking, I'd want to know the impact to the community to not have that in place, potentially for the cost of that, not to mention RVs in our neighborhoods and on our streets. And I know that that's been an effort that we've been able to reduce by having that particular program in place. I still would be very interested in looking at a reduction in what we're spending, and I think we offer a lot of services for that particular program, but it also has a high rate of people actually transitioning out into housing in that particular program. And so I think if we're going to look at homelessness efforts, we need to be looking at what are the programs that are actually helping people transition into permanent housing. If we're going to look at cuts, that would be what I'd be interested in. As far as facilities and land use, I think just looking at our CIP budget on acquisition, it goes back to how are we currently maintaining our infrastructure? What are we looking at as far as that goes? And are we now, even with this budget, looking at acquiring additional land, additional facilities, and we're not going to be able to maintain them? So even if we're looking at large infrastructure programs, what's the plan that we have in place for the city to maintain those? So if we're looking at the PED overcross, how are we planning on maintaining that once we make this $40 million investment? And so I think as we move forward and looking at kind of this bleak time of our deficit, we already know, just based on the last presentation we had in CIP, we are underfunding our current infrastructure. And so just looking at the CIP budget, are we going to be able to maintain what we're even biting off right now? I have real concerns over that. And so I think that goes for pretty much everything as follow-up, but also just wanting to make sure that the safe parking, we have cost to that of what that's going to be, or any of the homeless services for that matter. Thank you for the follow-up, Mayor. I appreciate it.
Yeah, through the chair and Councilwoman McDonald, I think we're in agreement when we speak about safe parking. It is a program that has made impacts in and throughout the city. So just blatantly cutting it is not a recommendation that we would like to make. Through the partnership of the Housing Department, TPW, and the Police Department, we've been able to make great strides with the safe parking program. We're starting to see clean streets. We're starting to see less crime. And one of the things that we really have to talk about is, these individuals are the hardest, to house. So we want to be very thoughtful and mindful on how we explore this program. We want to make certain we're looking at duplicative services across all of our homeless programs. And like I said, I know Assistant City Manager Dunstan and Megan, Director Bassinger, I remembered her last name this time, are looking at how we're providing services in and throughout the city. But what we want to make certain of is that we're not falling back to, because when we start to see more RVs and more vehicles out on the streets, you're actually picking up that cost in another area as well. So we'll be thoughtful and we'll be mindful on how we approach the program.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Vice Mayor Stapp.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Madam City Manager. I really like the way that you positioned that, and I'm glad that my colleagues opened up this discussion to at least a little bit of creative thinking about what our options are with respect to the budget. I'm certainly in support of the options that were mentioned here. I would say that the structural deficits are going to be so large that in some ways I'm less interested in talking about a particular program or a particular department at this point than I am at seeing some kind of systematic solution to the budget deficits that are coming. Alan, thank you for mentioning zero-based budgeting. Sometimes that can be a bit of a buzzword, but here there's clearly an interest in looking at how we're providing services to the city from ground zero, from a baseline, and trying to figure out what things we can do differently and perhaps more efficiently. And again, I just wanted to reiterate what all of my colleagues have expressed, that I'm eager to see creative solutions. Obviously, we're going to need to find some here over the next couple of years. Thank you.
Any other questions? No more questions? I did have a couple of questions in response to some of the comments that were made from my colleagues. One, which is, and I know you're probably thinking, why are we talking about safe parking when we don't have to deal with it right now? And it's because we will be sitting here very quickly come the next fiscal year. So, but it is safe parking. So when we receive information on safe parking and we look at the success of safe parking, I would like to know how many are housed, but also how many remain housed, because that's very important to me, that people are connected to wraparound services. It's not just about being housed, it's about how many people can permanently stay housed, and if we're tracking that or have a mechanism to track that. And then in response to Councilmember Okrepke with the in response, right now I think 15 hours is good, but I also still want to examine what does it look like if we're able to bill for some of those services to get some money back for the services that are provided. That I'm very interested in that, and that will allow us to go to have the 24-hour model. Do you already have those answers? I'm looking at Chief, for those of you that can't tell.
I can just provide some quick information on that. So John Cregan, our Chief of Police. So that's one important thing to understand. So right now the 15-hour model is just over $2.2 million, and it would go up to just over 2.8. So about a 600,000 delta between the two. But the one thing that's really important is the Medicaid funding right now has a stipulation it has to be 24/7 response model. So we will not be able to get any of that reimbursement without being at a 24/7 response model. So it's really important. We're still working, so we have our contractor Buckaloo, and then we're also partnering with the County of Sonoma to study what exactly is this reimbursement. We have to go through a certification process, and we're doing that now, where they come to a site visit with our team at our building, and then we're still getting a better understanding of what is the reimbursement per call. So last year in 2023, we went to 4,600 calls with our in-response team. So we could be able to come back to council with a better calculation, but we're estimating it to be in the hundreds of thousands. Might not be the full 600,000, but we were estimated to be somewhere in that in the several $100,000 range. So that's going to be an important part. And then also the important part to understand of the mental health crisis calls that continue to occur at 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. And by all means, we're getting a better response to those in a mental health crisis with our trained mental health clinicians versus one of our police officers. Any other questions on that?
No, thank you very. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. I was just very curious about whether or not we would be able to recover some of those costs and how much of the costs we would be able to recover when we're looking at moving forward. So I still want it to be on the table, so thank you. But I know you can't do anything with one person. And I think that is it. No one else has any further questions, so we will now open the public hearing. Madam City Clerk.
We are now taking public comments on item 16.1. If you are in the chamber and would like to comment but have not yet provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes, and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. As you approach the podium, please state your name for the public record if you choose to do so. The first public comment will be from Peter, followed by Dwayne, then Jim. Peter, Dwayne.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. Before I begin to speak on the budget, I wanted to thank Mr. Alvarez and Chief of Police Cregan because they helped to get rid of a debris pile over in Roseland that had been on South Avenue for quite some time. These quality of life issues are something that we need to keep in mind as we face deficit spending for a number of years in our future. One of the things that I would like to see occur without changing, I guess you might say, the revenue stream is an opportunity to look at how the money is divided from the Measure O situation. I like the police, I like the fire department, but I really think we could be helping the youth a bit more if we'd give more over to the Violence Prevention Partnership. I'd like to see a three-way split, 33%, and they could each work with it to get things done. Now, because the city's going to be in deficit for a number of years, one hope that might bring some added revenue to you folks is to look to where there's opportunities to bring funding in to disadvantaged areas. Areas such as Roseland have what are known as brownfields. And brownfields are something that the federal government gives billions of dollars to help renovate, restore, revitalize. So this year marks the 7-year itch for Roseland being in the city of Santa Rosa. It's been 7 years, and we need that money now more than ever. So I know that the city doesn't have the current buzzword is bandwidth of staff to pull together some applications for grants to the federal monies. But I do believe if you were to work with organizations such as the Community Foundation for Sonoma County, Sonoma State University's Community Engagement Department, and others, you could find a way to pull together some grant applications at minimal expense to you to then hopefully bring in much more money, and the return on investment would be very worthwhile. It's been a number of years ago, the US EPA gave the county of Sonoma close to $400,000 just for an initial grant. Once they got it and spent it, they didn't act on it because you were going to annex Roseland. So nothing's happened since then. Now would be the excellent time to step on forward and ask for other people's money to help Roseland. Thank you kindly for your time, and good luck on all your deliberations.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Jim.
Good evening, Mayor Rogers and members of City Council. I'm Jim McAdler. I'm part of the Southeast Greenway campaign. First of all, I want to thank you for your service to our community. On behalf of all our green shirts here and sitting here today and also throughout the city, I just want to say that we appreciate the campaign's continuing partnership with the city. And we greatly appreciate the city's staff, principally your staff in recreation and parks and in real estate, who are helping to advance the Southeast Greenway to reality. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in council chamber wishing to provide public comment on item 16.1? Mayor, I'm seeing no one else approach the podium for public comment on 16.1.
All right, bringing it back to council. Oops, I closed it. I will now close the public hearing. Bringing it back to council for any final comments. Councilmember Krepke.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just real quick clarification based on the public comment. I'm not sure who to look at, if it would be you or the city manager. The public safety and prevention tax, that is bound by the voter approval, is that correct?
Yes.
So we can't change it. It has to be distributed that way because the voters approved it.
You would not be able to change it without going out to a vote.
Okay, thank you. Also, I just want to say thank you, Chief, for that clarification. The 24-hour model with the ability to bill back is definitely something that is worth looking into. We're going into lean times, and some hard decisions are going to have to be made. This is not going to be easy on anybody, whether it's us on the dais or those that run departments or rank and file, what have you. We're going to have to get lean and mean and still deliver and be able to get projects and service our community the way that we promised to. Vice Mayor's comments about a greater philosophy versus cutting specifics, I think is a great point that was made. I am happy to hear that some things have been undertaken, cutting incentives, hiring freezes. I think some discretionary expenses are going to have to be really, really locked down on. I want to assure the community and our staff that, these decisions we don't take lightly. We understand where we're going, and we understand that this is not the end of the discussion today. This is going to be an ongoing issue that we're going to have to address as we go, as things arise that we don't foresee, and as things arise that we are, expecting. So this is an extremely serious decision to advance a budget, knowing that there are structural deficits for the years coming, and I think we all need to be prepared for probably some of the toughest conversations that we are going to have as elected officials. So I appreciate it. I can't express how much I appreciate the fact that your daughter graduated yesterday and you're here today in front of us doing this. That is a tremendous self-sacrifice on your part that should not go unrecognized. And I appreciate all of your staff's efforts on this, and all this effort of all the staff of all the departments on this. So thank you so much for this work. And to Vice Mayor Stapp's point, it's not the rosiest of things to discuss, but it's very necessary. But thank you so much for all the work you put in.
Any other comments from council members? It's your last chance, your last budget. No? Okay. I just want to thank staff. I want to thank staff for, everything that you do, for willing to be with us and fight with us through this hard time. And especially those of you that look at our finances all the time, because I would run. So thank you for continuing to come to work and helping to see us through this. I think that we can get through this, but we just have to make sure that we keep our priorities in order and that we are able to look at our expenditures and our revenues and be a little bit more realistic, because whether we're doing that now, in a few years we're not going to have a choice. We're going to have to. And thank you to the community for continuing to do things like Park a Month or volunteering or doing certain things to make sure that our community continues to look the way that it does. So I think everyone is doing their part, and I am forever grateful for that. So thank you very much. And with that, I will be looking at Councilmember Rogers.
All right, thank you. We'll take this in 3 separate motions. So the first one, I'll move to adopt 3 of the resolutions That's Resolution of Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving the budget for the City of Santa Rosa for fiscal year 24-25, the Capital Improvement Program budget for fiscal year 24-25, establishing reserves for the 24-25 fiscal year. It's Resolution 1. Resolution 2, Resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending the city's salary plan and schedule and authorizing the city manager to implement. Yes, yes, we can. We can do these three together.
I didn't hear the question.
I can package these together and we can take them, these three, with one vote, correct?
You may, if it's the pleasure of council to do them separately, that is also an option.
I'll make the motion. If anybody wants to separate them, we can. So the second resolution is the resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending the city's salary plan and scheduling and schedule and authorizing the city manager to implement the changes included in the fiscal year 24-25 budget. And the third resolution is the resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa setting the stormwater utility budget and determining the amount of eligible funding that has been received from the Flood Control Zone 1A benefit assessment in fiscal year 23-24, and based thereon setting the stormwater assessment per equivalent residential unit for the fiscal year 24-25, and waive further reading of those three resolutions.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilmember Rogers and a second by Councilmember Okrepke. Madam City Clerk? Madam City Manager.
Yes, can I get clarification? So you want to pass it as designed, or I heard a couple of recommendations on the climate action manager. Were we going to make any of those changes?
I'm making the motion to pass it as presented, but I think you heard from us that there may be some budget savings if some of those conversations are fruitful and if we can continue to move forward.
Madam City Clerk, may you please call the vote?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming? One moment while I check Zoom. Looks like she has left the virtual dais. Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Stapp?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Let the record show these three resolutions pass with 6 affirmative votes and Councilmember Fleming absent.
So now for the second motion, and I know Councilmember McDonald, this is where you recuse. I will move to adopt two resolutions.
Councilmember Rogers, if I just may start with my recusal and leave the room. Thank you. Pardon me for the interruption. I just need to recuse myself out of abundance of caution due to a personal relationship, not based on any conflict of interest as far as finances. So I'll leave the room now. Thank you.
So that'll be resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving the Recreation and Parks budget within the fiscal year 24-25 operations and maintenance budget and capital improvement budget program. And resolution 2, resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending the city's salary plan and schedule and authorizing the city manager to implement these changes included in the fiscal year 24-25 budget. Waive further reading.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilmember Rogers and a second by Councilmember Okrepke. Madam City Clerk, may you please call the vote?
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald has recused. Councilmember Fleming is absent. Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Stapp?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Let the record show these two resolutions pass with 5 affirmative votes. In one moment while Councilmember McDonald rejoins the room.
Yep. All right, our final motion needs 6 council members, so I'm glad that Councilmember McDonald came back. I'll move resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending the transaction and use tax implementation plan for gang prevention intervention services and waive further reading.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilmember Rogers and a second by Councilmember Okrepke. Madam City Clerk, may you please call the vote?
Thank you. Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming is absent. Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Stapp?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Let the record show this passes with 6 affirmative votes.
Thank you very much. Alan, we're sorry. Thank you very much for the presentation. All right, moving on to item 7, we have no written communications, and we will now have our last, item 18, our last public comment on non-agenda matters. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you. We are now taking public comment on item 18, non-agenda matters. This is the second opportunity where anyone who has previously not addressed council under non-agenda matters, not on the agenda, but which are within the subject matter jurisdiction. If you are in the chamber and would like to comment but have not provided a speaker card, please make your way to the podium. You will have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. Mayor, I'm seeing no one approach the podiums for public comment under item 18.
Thank you so much. So we will go to item 20, which is our adjournment, and I would like to take the opportunity to adjourn this meeting on behalf of my colleagues. For a successful year, we have accomplished a lot, and this year is coming to an end, this fiscal year is coming to an end, and I look forward to us making some tough decisions in the year to come. We're going to have challenges, good days, bad days, but I'm sure if we continue to put the interests of the city first, that we will get through them. So with that, we will reset while we are advancing, and I will adjourn the meeting. Thank you so much.